How is the Economic Development Department going to be different from what the mayor's business team was doing when they first started up after the riots and Rebuild LA was formed? How is this going to look compared to that? What are you envisioning?
Well, I'm aware of, but not all that familiar with Rebuild LA after the riots. I mean, it's something that's not occurring today. Again, we're actually talking about an entity that would contract with the city and would be putting all of these funding sources together. Now, funding sources that are in some cases done through CDD, in some cases done through my office and the CEO, whether it's site-specific tax revenue, IDBs, federal funding, grant funding. Where are all the pots of money? How do they spend? And matching those with businesses to attract business into the city. The nonprofit would also be looking at raising private money, venture capital and revenue from private sources, which is something that we don't do a lot of today. So I guess that's, without being intimately familiar with Rebuild LA, I guess that's the difference.
And I think the other major difference, I'm a little familiar with it from my previous lives, is that we actually believe that the biggest catalyst for economic development is our own assets, and identifying how these assets are currently utilized. In some cases, do they promote economic development in the surrounding community, or do they actually take away from it? And the city owns, dozens of properties around the city, and we don't necessarily look at those assets as vehicles for development. And it's a skill set that is not particularly strong internally as a city, and we think that when you look at particularly other jurisdictions, they turn their assets as vehicles for that kind of economic development.
What's an example of assets that we underutilize?
I mean, the most blatant one for me is the LA Mall. It was an attempt to do an economic development within downtown during a different era. It was, at the time it was developed, I think it was seen as sort of a new model, but it has since significantly deteriorated, and it's not the kind of asset that I think any of us would be necessarily proud of in terms of being a source of both revenue for the city as well as providing amenities to both our employees and the surrounding community. It hasn't taken advantage of the huge development that's occurred in downtown. And so if you were to look at the LA Mall as sort of as an opportunity for economic development, there's a lot of elements to that. And that's sort of an obvious one, but there are parcels of land that I know Mr. Reyes in his district, he's been looking at as vehicles of economic development that are currently underutilized because they have our fleet, or they're used for purposes that don't necessarily reflect the changes that are going on in the surrounding community. And so those are the kinds of examples. We're also recommending that we bring into the mix parcels that may be actually owned by our proprietaries, that also be included as vehicles for economic development.
Yeah, for example, another example is yards. I actually was trying to work for some time with former Commissioner Ruiz and trying to consolidate yards. There's street surfaces yards, sanitation yards, general services yards. There are yards all across the city. They're all, for the most part, zoned industrial. Industrial land for clean tech and clean manufacturing is what we're looking for. Can we leverage those assets? Can we combine yards? Can we free up property that's zoned industrial and actually help businesses come in and say, we have this site for you? And that is something that is not occurring at all today. So that's a good example of trying to use our assets for economic development.
I mean, the one that Jerry and I are aggressively working on is our own convention center. That's the discussion and the proposal to turn the West Hall into a stadium is sort of when you think about it, it has the same elements. It's a city-owned asset, and there's an interest to making it into a more vibrant economic development opportunity, but at the same time benefit the city by allowing us to have a more effective convention center. So It's in a very intensive project that Jerry and I have spent a lot of time working on. But those kinds of activities, both on the macro, as big as that, and a lot of smaller ones, should be going on throughout the city every single day. And so, our recommendation is that you take that as a model for potential development throughout the city.
And I'll ask one last question and then pass it on to my colleagues. Historically, and your report knows this, we've been an underperformer in sales tax. How will we utilize this entity to improve that?
I think one of the things that we're suggesting is that whatever economic development strategy we end up adopting as a city, that the goals be very clear. And one of the goals could be to just generate jobs and to generate tax revenue for the city. And so based on sort of very specific goals, then there would be strategies around how do you attract the kinds of businesses that are high producers of sales tax. What kinds of incentives can the city offer, whether it's our land in some cases or other opportunities that we may have. And so it would be one of sort of a number of different objectives that we would want to achieve through this particular entity.
Okay, colleagues, Mr. Alarcon?
Okay. So the general idea is to establish an economic development department that would be autonomous from the mayor and the council.
There's two things. One is to create a department that it's a consolidation of various functions within the city.
Right, but it would not be under the auspices of the mayor or the council.
Well, the department would be. The department will continue being a city department managed by a general manager.
Right, but historically the economic development function was in the mayor's office.
Elements of it, but CDD,
And in fact, in New York, isn't that how they do it?
CDD provides economic development activity, and that's a general manager. So what we're suggesting is that we look at all the activities that the city does internally around economic development issues and consider consolidating them under one umbrella, headed by a general manager that's no different than other general managers throughout the city.
I get that, but that's not my point. My point is that the center, the brains of the economic development function of the city have historically rested in the mayor's office. So prior to CDD, it was the Model Cities program under Mayor Bradley. And that was the beauty of that model was that the mayor had exempt authority to hire whoever we want without being hindered by the civil service system. Then it was considered that we need to make economic development a core function of the city. So they and also I believe because of political pressure from the council to gain more access to some of those economic development models, that they decided to make a department, the Community Development Department. Nevertheless, it was still the mayor's function to drive the economic ideas for the city. So, and then the way the Bradley administration worked is it would take economic development notions, whether it be Warner Center or Hollywood or the airport, and negotiate and work with the council offices and balancing the interests, always be able to get the majority of votes. And so we had economic activity that was spread out, and then on the Reardon administration, in the aftermath of the riots and the earthquake, this notion of the empowerment zone concept emerged, and Reardon developed this community development bank concept, which blew up because it was abused, and the notion was that businesses could essentially use bonds and other funding streams from this community development bank to get investments from the city into their businesses. Paul asked the question, are we putting the cart before the horse? And no matter how you slice this thing, the next mayor is going to be implementing it. And I just don't know whether this is busy work until the next mayor comes in and does whatever they want to do. And so I'm sensitive to your position in the notion of whether to establish a nonprofit entity or wholly encompass it internally. I believe the economic development function should lay in the hands of the mayor, and we don't have to create a new department. Just give them the staff to manage economic development, and then ideally the development strategies would be implemented through politics. And the council members are doing their job to fight for their district's pieces, and they get something out of it. But when we create an outside entity, a nonprofit entity, which the one thing that is hard for me to fathom here is we are trying to design a management model before we've defined what the functions are. It's the reverse of how you're supposed to do a thing. Normally, you decide what we're going to do. So if they're going to do industrial development bonds, okay, put that on the list. If they're going to do Blanc grant administration, okay, give them that function. But we haven't even defined that. We have no idea what this so-called nonprofit economic development entity is going to be doing. So the consultant would then have this massive responsibility to dictate what functions it thinks this thing should have, when I think we need to do that. Which pieces of CDD do we have to take on? And I know what's going to happen. What's going to happen is there's going to be some functions that cannot be done by a nonprofit because of statutory or federal requirements. And the consultant is going to come in and say, we should do this. And we're going to say, well, we can't do that because we can't. It would be essentially a gift of public funds to give you assets of the city of Los Angeles to some nonprofit entity. So some of the questions I have, I mean, most of my questions are open-ended because we haven't really defined what functions we're talking about. And when you talk about nonprofit, what concerns me is that you're moving away from the politicians doing their job of economic development. And because you're creating this other entity that is going to make all these recommendations, I don't know whether they're if you're talking about doing recommendations in terms of what we should be focused on, that's one thing. I have no problem. We could consult with a private or nonprofit, as far as I'm concerned, to give us recommendations on what to do with economic development. But when you're talking about actually managing the city function, I have deep concerns about whether we even know what we're talking about, and whether what you think, Miguel, is the same as what 15 different council members think, and whether it's the same as what Jerry can interpret. So I think the first thing we need to do is define what those functions are. And maybe that's the task of the consultant in your mind. I don't know. But I don't think we should say that that we want, I don't even know where to begin as to what kinds of things we're asking the nonprofit to do, because we don't know. And we haven't agreed, which is the hardest problem, because once you put that on paper, you may have 15 different opinions on what it should look like and which function should go where. So it seems to me that is the dilemma that you have. The council is not dictating specific direction. We're saying, let's try a nonprofit. Well, what does that mean? What happened with as I mentioned in the last meeting, what happened with the economic development entities we contracted with, whether it be Valley Economic Development or WLCAC or PACE or Telacu? which were the nonprofit economic development entities that we contracted with very specific functions. Or is there something else we're talking about? So I'm term limited, and I just don't believe anything's going to happen before I leave. So I'm just weighing in because I think the next mayor is going to define the economic development strategy for their administration, and whatever we do could be blown up by the next mayor, just 'cause. I mean, that's, that could be their direction. With regard to the employee situation, the irony of the situation is we went to Sacramento in mass with business support, labor support. We were pontificating about the benefits of CRA and what a great job they do. If they do such a great job, why are we not trying to prioritize their return to the city? I don't get that. It seems to me that if either we were lying when we advocated to keep the CRA because they were doing such a great job, or we're lying now in saying that we don't need them. Either we needed them or we didn't. And I would be one to argue that they did do a good job, that whatever issues emerged were not created by them, but in terms of their economic development function, they did a good job, and we ought to do everything we can to keep them. And I'm just not getting that kind of feedback. And we're making that decision on the basis of what we think is the best administrative decision. But it would seem to me that the best administrative decision is to put together the best talent we got and stimulate the economy, and that it'll pay for itself. But to set aside people who've been very talented with us and say that we have no more use of them, to me, that's a contradiction. I think the council needs to be much more clear on what functions we think, if we, first of all, I'm not even sure we agree there should be a nonprofit. Secondly, if we did have a nonprofit, what functions would we be recommending that it take? I think we need to be very specific before we hire a consultant to do that work. If we're going to create an economic development department that's consolidated, what functions would that department take? And what function is the mayor going to have? Now, in New York, it's my understanding the economic development function is under the mayor. And I think that because I hired somebody from that unit. And then they had many different entities, many different units under that economic development thing, but it was controlled by the mayor. If the people don't like the economic development strategies of the city, vote in a new mayor. But by having a nonprofit entity, it seems like we're keeping an arm's length from our responsibility to drive our economy as elected officials. It's our job. It's not some nonprofit's job to drive our economy. We're supposed to do it. So just as legislators have shucked their responsibility to pass laws that are difficult and controversial sometimes, but nevertheless necessary, and put it on the voters on propositions, it seems to me we're doing the same thing with economic development. And that I'm not going to have a lot to say about it in terms of actual impact because I won't be here that long. But for what it's worth, I just think we're playing musical chairs again. And whether we have the Model Cities program, the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, the Community Development Bank, the CRA, whatever, we just need to, and here's the funniest thing. The funniest thing is, guess what? We have great economic strategies when we have a great economy. And when we don't have a good economy, we're always looking for other strategies. It's the money. If there's money, a lot of different strategies will work. When there's no money, it's hard to find a good strategy. So we might want to take a chill pill on how much focus we put on a nonprofit entity that we don't even know what its function is going to be, and get back to the business of city work that historically has done pretty good. But I think some of the models, I don't know. I know New York's model, generally speaking. I don't know it specifically, but it seems to me that more importantly, we should be looking at who's making the decisions behind those departments, and for my money, I'll bet that almost all major cities, it's the mayor. And as a city councilman, I don't have a problem with that. As a city councilman, I should be worried about negotiating with the mayor to get the benefits to my district, and marshaling the votes that I need to get that focus on my district. And I think all this other stuff is, like I said, I really believe it's musical chairs, and it must be very frustrating for you. I'll speak for you, even though I don't know that I'm interpreting correctly, but it must be very frustrating to you when you're not getting specific direction and unanimous decision-making on the economic development issue. This is largely thrust on us by the state by blowing up our community redevelopment agency, but nevertheless, I really think the council and the mayor need to agree on what we want to do before sending it off to some consultant with a half-baked idea. Other than that, I agree with you completely.
That's good to know. If I could just say one thing, here's the ironic thing, is that it's this particular mayor who feels the strongest about creating this separate entity. And it's part of the reason why he put in $2.5 million in the budget in a very difficult time to do so. I could say this because I've spoken both to him and to his staff about it. The reason why they support this notion is in part in response to the sort of the history that you've outlined in terms of the various initiatives that have started and failed, and some have succeeded. I think what they would argue is that there needs to be some continuity, and so a separate nonprofit has the potential of being around beyond term limits of a mayor or of a council, and who has a sole purpose of providing strategic advice to the city as to how to be more effective and more competitive in economic development, particularly if it has on its board a group of experts whose sole purpose is to stimulate the economy. I don't think Jerry and I are recommending in any way that we absolve the council's authority or the mayor's authority in determining priorities, in approving projects, in establishing terms for the projects themselves. Those are all elements that will continue to be under your control and your purview. The question is, given the dissolution of the CRA and given the opportunity to define economic development beyond just the boundaries that the CRA had established due to the specific rules, is there an opportunity to look at it differently? And you're right, a lot of those questions that you've articulated are questions that we don't have the answers to, and in part, frankly, why we're asking for the help with a consultant to help us navigate through some of these difficult issues, and to come back with you with a recommendation that reflects that.
Well, I have to say this then. You need to take a real hard look at the history of Mayor Reardon's Community Development Bank, because we thought we were creating an entity that we would have considerable say-so in its actions. What resulted was that we had to keep an arm's length from many of their decisions, otherwise it would have been a conflict of interest and violate many levels of laws.
Right.
So what happened is they ended up, and by the way, They were run by experts in the various fields, and I'm sure people as talented as any people will put together in today's world. But at the end of the day, they made bad investments and lost a lot of money for the city of Los Angeles. So, and we hadn't, even though many of us on the city council were very, very skeptical of many of the decisions that they were making, we couldn't control it. It got out of our control. So, so we have to be very careful that, and it was interesting that in your comments you said that this nonprofit entity would be under the control of the city. Well, that's a very difficult a legal entity to create. And so I strongly urge you to look very long and hard at what happened with the Community Development Bank.
Mr. Zine, your questions,
Well,
comments?
mine will be very brief. I look at our city workforce that's shrinking, and I question why $2.5 million would be appropriated for something like this when we have a shrinking workforce that needs to deliver services, number one, down to $500,000. And then I see that the national poverty rate is 14.3%. State is 13.2%. We're 19.1. We're almost 20% poverty rate. And you think there'd be a better way to do some investment. Austin Butner was supposed to make this happen, and I don't think it materialized. You want to attract business? Gross receipts tax, like some cities don't have, may attract some businesses to Los Angeles. When I look at the history going back to Joan Milky Flores, in 1989, Councilwoman Joan Milky Flores, report seeking to improve city's effort in promotion of economic development. 1992, CLA, City Economic Development. 93, City Economic Development, second report. 1993, Economic Development, a strategy for city leadership. 1994, Consolidation of Economic Development Functions. I mean, it goes from 1989 to the 2000, which was a CAO personnel report, transfer of community redevelopment agency employees into city services. So we go back to 1989, 23 years ago. We're still playing with it. And to think that this particular time in history, when we've got struggling departments to provide the services, it's a nice idea, but how much expenditure do we go through to come up with something that history shows it hasn't worked here? And if we look at the other cities around the country, they've got programs that apparently are working. So I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that a consultant, just another consultant, is going to make money, whether it's $500,000 or $2.5 million. More city employees aren't going to be out there delivering the service that people want. And I think it's wishful thinking. Mr. Alarcon has a point about the next mayor and whatever the next mayor wants to do. When Mayor Reardon was involved, he said get it done, and it seemed to get done pretty quick. So I have some real issues with expending a lot of resources and giving $500,000 away that we could put into services that people need to receive from the different departments. I don't care if it's the city attorney that's doing how many furlough days? Too many furlough days. I think over a month. I mean, we're looking at, we have to look at reality. But we're not competitive in the business field with our neighboring jurisdictions, whether it be Burbank, Glendale, Calabasas. Why do we have car dealers moving to those communities? Because they're business friendly. So we keep talking about it, but we go back to Joan Milky Flores, God bless her. What have we really done from that point till we are now? But $2.5 million, that's a lot of money to say the system hasn't worked. We've got to come up with something. I don't think the nonprofit situation would work at all. I trust our city workforce to get something done if we give them the leadership to get it done. So is this a note and file, receive and file? What is this going to be?
Well, first of all, we have a number of speakers from the public, so let's hear them first. Paloma Perez, to be followed by Steve Koffroth.
Do you wish to give them 2 minutes each?
What's your pleasure, colleagues? A minute, 2 minutes?
Minute's fine.
All right, a minute each.
I'm sorry, you said a minute?
Yeah, a minute each. And we'll go over a few seconds to let you finish your thought.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Paloma Perez. I'm here on behalf of Councilman Tony Cardenas today. I know the three of you have already spoken very much about the 2 recommendations that came out of HCED, but I must respectfully remind you that this actually did come out of HCED unanimously. When this was considered in committee, the CLA-CAO report actually had 7 recommendations. However, the chairman did not feel comfortable moving forward with all 7 of those recommendations, having very similar feelings like you've expressed today. Those roles and positions were not clearly defined yet. So instead of moving forward with all of the recommendations, we would hire, the city would be able to provide us with some very basic parameters of what we as the city can do and cannot do. Obviously, we already know there are some restrictions as far as property transfers and sales and whatnot are concerned, and that might be a role better suited for a nonprofit agency. However, as to the rest of the specifics, that's why we're asking for a 45-day report back from the CLA-CAO in addition to a consultant. As I said, this was passed out of HCD unanimously, so we ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Koffroth?
Steve Koffroth with AFSCME. We represent the employees of the former redevelopment agency of Los Angeles, and appreciate all the kind words about our members and their work, and want to say that I can't speak about the city workers and what they've been able to accomplish, but I think by your own testimony and by the results of what our members have done, you can see that they do have the talent to bring in billions of dollars of private money in order to develop the blighted areas of the city. They have over $166 million worth of grants that they have currently established in order to get funding on top of that to help fund some of these projects. So these guys have great talent, and we very much appreciate the recognition of that and think that there should be a preference in hiring when the economic development department or other functions are used by the city. I wanted to take a second just to address an issue, and I apologize, was not at HCED. The CAO and CLA's office.
I'll give you a few seconds to.
Thank you. Cited San Diego as one of the models that actually worked with a private entity doing some of their work, and I have to say that we represent thousands of members who work in the city, and they don't have that same experience. The culture is different. They don't have really a concept about public records. Cost consciousness, there's a lack of transparency, and while they may focus on bringing business into the area, they don't have the same focus on curing blight, fixing poverty, and uplifting the most impoverished areas of the city. And in fact, the City of San Diego has 2 private nonprofit organizations, the Center City Development Corporation and the Southeastern Development Corporation. And just in the last few years, both of their leaders have been investigated, led to a grand jury investigation, and both of them have been found to act improper. One was on the payroll with the developer while they were actually working for the Development Corporation. The other was found to be embezzling.
I'll have to ask you to wrap it up.
In any event, we don't believe that the private model does work, certainly from our experience. We believe that it's been proven that the public entity that was a CRALA was a fine workforce, did the job great, and we ask you to continue that model.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Parisi, to be followed by Joy Brown Price.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My colleague Steve Koffroth spoke, I think, compellingly about the problems that must be confronted and addressed in the private nonprofit model. I think the committee members have all acknowledged that this is not a simple process. We are disturbed at the report that is before you because it presupposes that the private nonprofit model is the best model. It's clear from all of your comments this afternoon that fundamental question needs to be analyzed and decided upon ultimately by this council before moving forward in such a direction. But let me speak because oversight is fundamental. oversight and accountability to the elected officials of the city, and ultimately through the oversight of elected officials to our community is the most fundamental value and needs to be protected. Let me speak specifically, though, about the greatest asset that the city of Los Angeles has as it relates to the potential for economic development, and that is the workforce of the Community Redevelopment Agency. On July 1st, over 100 employees are going to be laid off. That treasure, those assets, those skills, that ability is gone, dissipated. And we ask you today to act with the greatest urgency to direct the personnel department to immediately engage in a process that they do extraordinarily well when facing the layoff of other city employees, and that is to interview all of those employees, determine the knowledge, skills, and abilities that they have, and then work vigorously to link those workers up with available city jobs so we do not lose those assets. I implore you today to initiate this process in a systematic way, to begin now to find places for these great assets and these highly skilled workers to be able to be given the opportunity to continue to contribute to the city of Los Angeles. We have little over a month to accomplish this task, and I would ask that this committee embark and direct that work begin immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joy Brown Price. I'm president of AFSCME Local 585. I represent the professional employees at CRA-LA. I don't know if I can say it better than Steve and Cheryl, but sitting back there, I was beginning to feel like an unwanted stepchild. We employ city attorneys, we employ city controllers, and the CAO signed our MOUs. So how can we be, separate, that much separate from the city of Los Angeles in terms of hiring? As Cheryl said and Steve said, and everybody eloquently spoke to, we are about to be out on the streets. And if you want to look to expertise and qualified employees to know about economic development, you only have your resources at CRA-LA. We have, I've been on the public task force for economic consolidation appointed by Reardon. And, I can tell you, I was there all those years that we were going through reviewing and studying and looking to all of those different options in terms of consolidating the economic development of the city. But, again, to no avail, right? So, again, I would like to see the public, a public EDD, a public nonprofit, because I think that's imperative. And I think that, you only have to look to CRA to find whatever you need in terms of economic development to those qualified and variable resources inside the CRA. As Joe was saying, or Steve was saying, our grants department has generated $166 million, and, which will provide you at least the amount that will cover their expenses for those employees and for others. So look to CRA for your economic development needs. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker on this item is Ron Miller.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Ron Miller with the LA Orange County Building Trades. We represent 140,000 craftsmen and women inside and outside the city. We work hand in hand with the CRA. We have a project labor agreement with the CRA, or we did. In all these documents here that we're talking about, I don't see anything about a project labor agreement. I don't really see anything for oversight, and the building trade is under the impression that if we don't have oversight like we had at the CRA, that it'll just be a cash cow for the developers. It'll be a slush fund. The land will be, look, we've, as Councilman Alarcon stated, we've tried to reinvent this wheel numerous times, never works. The CRA was a great oversight for local hire and small business. just like the Board of Public Works, you know, every once in a while, people pop up wanting to get rid of the Board of Public Works, but it takes one bad contractor and that pays for that Board of Public Works Commission, just in their oversight. So let's come up with a model much like the CRA because it works. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this is not a receive and file, as I understand it. This is a legislative item which is focused on hiring a consultant and starting up a nonprofit at the same time. I'm certainly uncomfortable with doing that. I think it's putting the cart ahead of the horse. I'm not sure personally that I'm convinced a nonprofit is the way to go. So here's what I would recommend. I'd recommend first that the city has a study session with the whole council on this issue to get a general direction of where the whole council is on economic development and what direction we should be going in, and what this department, if it is created as a department, should be doing. Whether the council thinks the nonprofit direction is a direction in which to go. At that point, I would look at hiring a consultant, and once the consultant's work is done, then I would take the next step of hiring a nonprofit. So my encouragement would be to send this back for a study session of the whole council, and then move forward once you've gotten that direction with the hiring of a consultant.
Second.
Are we voting on that right now?
Well,
We're having
unless there's
discussion.
anything you want to add, I wanted to have a discussion on that.
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion about it. First of all, when I go back to the original considerations of the HCED committee, the number one was to approve in concept the establishment of an economic development entity. Now, I don't know why we didn't approve that. It doesn't define the entity. It just says that we approve in concept the establishment of an economic development entity. So whatever that's going to look like, I think the city should have an economic development entity. And it doesn't say nonprofit. It doesn't say internally or externally. It just says we should support that concept. So I would like to bring back that recommendation and
Sure.
recommend approval. Number two, which is directly related to number one, has to do with securing a consultant to assist in the development of the department and nonprofit entity, which is really interesting because in number one they didn't mention nonprofit. I believe I voted to support that for the same reasons you said you're not ready to, because I want to see what they bring back. I have no idea what they're going to bring back, but if the mayor wants to, and of course if our colleagues agree, if we want to see what exactly is being proposed, I really don't have a problem with that. And so let's be clear. It says direct the CAO and CLA to report 90 days relative to securing a consultant to assist in the development of the department and the nonprofit entity, assuming that is a nonprofit economic development entity, including the development of the necessary roles, responsibility, and tools that are required to implement the city's economic development goals. Now, the way I read that is that the CAO has to tell us what they're going to contract with a consultant to do before we can actually hire that consultant. So that would give us a better understanding of what they're talking about. So I didn't have a problem with having the CAO come back in 90 days to tell us how they would secure a consultant to assist in the development of a department. Okay. And then B, it said the consultant to report to the CAO and CLA for submittal to the mayor and council on the new economic development entity. I didn't have a problem with that because of number one. until the CAO comes back and tells us what the details of hiring a consultant are, it didn't matter what happens in B, because we're not going to hire the consultant until we approve the CAO's recommendations, or whatever recommendations we want to impose. I hope that the intent was not to take item A and suggest that that was authority to hire a consultant. I don't take it that way. It's to have the CAO come back with a report in 90 days as to the development of the department and nonprofit entity. That's how I took it. That's why I voted for it.
So are you committed to the nonprofit?
No, and I don't think this motion commits to a nonprofit. All it says is to have the CAO come back with a report about why we're going to consult, why we want to hire a consultant. That's all it says. To assist in the development of the department. It says to come back with a report relative to securing. It doesn't say to come back with it doesn't say direct the CAO to hire a consultant. It says they're coming back with a report. So that's why I voted for it, because I want to know what we're doing about economic development. And I don't have a problem with the CAO telling us what he thinks we ought to be doing with economic development.
Well, if you read the mayor's letter dated May 7th, it says, instruct the CAO and the chief legislative analyst or designees within 90 days to secure a consultant, not to report on it, to secure a
But
consultant.
that's not what we passed out of committee. What we passed out of committee was to direct the CAO and CLA to report in 90 days relative to securing a consultant. It does not suggest we're giving authority to the CAO to hire a consultant. I'm reading the report, unless the report is wrong.
Securing a
I
consultant.
maybe we're reading different reports. I'm reading the report from the clerks, from Richard Williams, or from the CLA.
On 2, it says
Clerk's office.
securing.
Yeah, item number 1.
Right here.
What does it say? It's,
I guess I'm reading number 2 that says, instruct the CA and the CLA to secure a consultant to assist in the development of the components and interactions of the new department or entity and the nonprofit entity.
And you'd have to pay for that.
no, this says the report included 7 recommendations which are summarized below. The HCD committee heard this item on May 2nd and approved recommendations 2 and 7 and added the 3rd, and then it goes on to list those that we approved, items 2 and 7. So maybe I should read this other report, but maybe that's why we can't get anything right. We get
Oh, you're right. The wording is
it's very different.
direct the CAO, CLA to report in 90 days relative to securing a consultant. So
Yeah.
that doesn't mean actually securing the consultant. So which are we actually asking for?
I'm working from the letter from the city clerk that articulates the actions of the committee.
What's the date on that?
May 7th. Signed by Richard Williams. That's
I see it. I'm just
Yeah.
saying there's a direct conflict. I was under the impression we were voting on the CAO coming back with a report as to what we're hiring in a consultant.
And it talks about setting aside funds for that purpose.
I got that. I have
And
no,
we have in the budget process.
that part I
aside
don't
those
have a
funds.
problem with. That was already, there's money in the budget, 500,000, and well, I understand that, but when the CAO comes back with a recommendation to contract with somebody, are we just allowing them to contract in any way they want, or do we have to approve the contract? I was under the impression we have to approve the contract.
That's not what it's saying.
I don't know how the CAO, are we just allowing the CAO to hire a contract without knowing what the details of the contract are?
Miguel, what's your understanding of what's being asked?
I mean,
I would ask actually the city attorney, don't they have to come back with a contract?
I mean, if the council gives us the authority to select a contractor, then we've done that in the past. We do that with the Office of Economic Analysis. Your council has delegated that authority to my office to do that. And so in this case, the way I read this, it says, instruct the CAO and the CLA to secure a consultant to assist in the development of. If it could be amended to require that we come back with the contract itself, that's something.
I would move that.
Here's what I'd suggest. Based on this discussion, we move forward with the approval of creating this entity to do economic development in concept. We approve hiring a consultant within the next 90 days with that to come back to council for approval. And I would still recommend in the meantime that we have a council meeting just on this subject as a study session, and so you can get a direction, a general sense of where the council is on this entire subject and what we're looking for as a group in economic development.
So the CAO will come back with the proposed contract.
Yes, and in that time, before that contract is finalized, I'd like to have that study session. So you have more of a sense of where the council would like to go with this before the consultant comes on board.
I don't have a problem with that, but because I want to know what functions we're talking about putting into the nonprofit and the other.
Well, and I'm hoping council feedback and that whole discussion will help us direct that.
And I have no problem with that. Now, is there anything we can do with regard to the CRA employees? And does our agenda allow us to?
I was having that same legal thought. I don't know if we can take that on as part of either item 1 or item 2.
It depends upon the structure that you're seeking to take it on. You can discuss it in the context of the reports. Report number 2 has some issues with regard to employees.
So why don't we discuss that under item number 2? But I think there's certainly a concern among the members that I hear from all of us in terms of what we do to assist those employees and make use of their skills as well. But let's deal with that one on item number 2. So hopefully we're clear on the motion for item number 1.
Okay, so for the record, you're approving recommendation number 1 contained in the CAO-CLA report. Recommendation number 2, you're amending it to ask that they report back within 90 days with a proposed contract prior to securing a consultant.
I think it was number 2, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
And we're
And 3, I'm sorry,
and we're instructing the council to have a study session.
a study
scheduled
session. Okay,
to give direction on this policy.
okay.
Oh, and yes, I think that part was missed, that we're not giving direction yet to create a nonprofit organization.
Right.
That we're hoping that will be contained in part of the study session discussion. So we are, in concept, creating an economic development entity based on the study session and based on the consultant's work. Then we're hoping to determine the rest of that, I believe.
And no funding at this time.
Oh, there's 500,000.
Yeah, the funding is already in the budget.
I know, but this, that I'm supposed to come back to the,
It will become part of the contract when we come back for contract
Yeah,
approval.
as I understand this, the CAO will develop a consultant proposal with a $500,000
Now, once
cost.
we do an RFP and determine who to select, then at that point, you would appropriate those dollars
And you'll come back to us for approval of the consultant.
based on Councilman Alarcon's direction,
Yes.
yes.
so there'll be an RFP, and then they'll come back before you hire. Okay.
Okay.
And you're gonna do that in all 90 days?
We'll try.
All right.
So, I'm sorry, so going back to recommendation 1, All you're doing is approving in concept the establishment of economic development entity.
Yes.
So the rest is deleted.
I believe that would be correct.
Okay.
So it's all going to come back.
So, without objection, that will be approved. Item number 2.
15 minutes.
Yeah, it's a significant issue.
For item 2, the CLA and the CO have submitted a joint report, and this has to do with the transition plan for the management of the housing assets, functions, and responsibilities of the former CRA-LA and Housing Community and Economic Development Committee have recommended approval of the recommendations by the CLA-CO.
Hi, Michael Keck here with CLA's office, here with Anne-Marie Sauer with the CAO. So per inaction, council took an action on January 25th, which allowed the city to retain the housing functions and assets of the former CRA-LA. As a result, and included in that action was an instruction for the LHD to report back with the transition plan. As a result, on March 12th, the LEHD submitted a proposal for a transition plan which laid out a 2-phase plan. First phase focusing on transition, and then phase 2 focusing on implementation. And then the specific components included in that transition plan are included in the attachment of the report. In addition, there's been a number of legislative bills that have been introduced, specifically AB 1585, which is the Speaker Perez's bill. It talks about a lot of fixes for AB 26 and also would allow the city to retain approximately $104 million in unencumbered housing funds. Our office, the CLA's office, has been tracking these bills. Unfortunately, they've been wrapped up with the governor's proposed budget. And as a result, they've kind of stalled. But we're still monitoring these bills on a daily basis. But included as part of his recommendation is for us to report back. The reason why we like to report back is because this is an evolving situation. There seems to be always things happening on a monthly basis, specifically different instructions by the Department of Finance, which can change on a week-to-week basis.
The department specifically requested to add 12 new positions to address its anticipated workload as part of the first phase of the transition. However, our offices felt that insufficient information was available at the time we prepared this report. So we are continuing to work with the housing department on this. We do support filling 3 positions to begin the transition, and the CEO and CLA are working with the housing department to identify which 3 existing vacancies could be filled. And we will be dealing with the other positions in our future report, but because the funding is really unknown at this point and uncertain, we feel it's best that we come back with a funding source and, again, a recommendation for positions as applicable. And as Miguel indicated with the first item, none of the housing assets have been transferred to the housing department from the CRA at this point. So that's part of what, as Michael said, is sort of this ongoing and ever-evolving situation.
And that's a holdup at the state level?
It's a combination of the state level and locally, in terms of there's the CRA, the designated local authority, which is the 3-person board, and then they report to an oversight board, and then you have the State Department of Finance, which is continuing to put out different frequently asked questions to kind of answer some of these questions. So based on the various levels of review, there have been some delays in transferring those assets.
So you're lacking the information to add the additional 9 positions. It wasn't entirely clear. What information are you lacking? Is it just on the funding, or is it other things as
There's
well?
definitely the funding. That's kind of become the bigger issue, but at the time, it was just sort of the timing of when the information was received from the department. We didn't receive it in time to incorporate it into the report, which is why we're continuing to work with them and also really assess what we think are the actual assets. Because again, since January, this has all continued to change in terms of what the housing department would actually be handling. Is it just the affordable housing covenants? Is it the loan portfolio? And then this issue of the low and moderate income housing funds.
So are you expecting to hire these 9 people? Do you think you'll have the information soon that would allow it?
We are meeting with the housing department again tomorrow to go over this, and then also, like I said, to really assess what assets will be coming and what responsibilities are necessary. I'm sure Rush could elaborate more on what he anticipates the workload will be, but we just, again, because it continues to change, and initially it was really the timing of the information. But I don't know that we'll be going forward with 12 positions, which is why we've said that we support filling 3 existing positions at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if you could elaborate on that.
CLA's office or LHD?
You.
Okay. Yeah, we concur with CAO. In coming forward with the report back, we'll have additional information, and we're looking, and specifically what we're going to come forward with is an exact transition plan, which we'll work with LHD to determine specifically what functions will come over and what staffing needs will be required to meet those transitional functions.
Yeah, I wonder if we could hear from the housing department on these positions as well.
Good afternoon, council members. Rushmore Cervantes with the Housing Department. Both reports that were provided are accurate. At the time the department initially submitted its proposal, it was with the thought that the Housing Department and the city would receive those assets immediately. And as time has crept on, more information has been able to be gathered and have provided subsequent information to the CAO and CLA's office. The numbers have actually expanded somewhat, and we're willing to work with the CAO and CLA to identify specific resources that would be needed to handle both the near-term and long-term responsibilities of maintaining the housing assets. There's 2 main buckets, if you will. There's approximately 60 projects that are in various stages of either pre-construction, construction, or being closed out. Those are short-term projects that would require staffing for approximately 2 to 3 years maximum. The longer term would be that of the responsibility of managing the loan portfolio, with loans going up to 30 years, as well as occupancy monitoring and monitoring the actual units themselves, and those are covenants that go up to 55 years. So there's short-term and long-term staffing patterns that would need to be created. The 3 positions that would be needed now would be essential for purposes, at the very least, to have them in place for the transition of the housing assets, whatever does come over at this point. There is a critical date that we're looking at, and that is at the end of June of this year. The former CRA is going to be reduced in staffing to approximately 57 employees, which is obviously going to minimize their ability to manage the resources that they currently have in place. So as an example, they have this loan portfolio they're managing that has approximately 613 loans. I'm sorry, 316 loans, and brings in about $5.7 million annually through residual receipts loans. Those assets are actually, the payments are actually going to the designated local authority or former CRA right now. So we're not certain beyond the June 30th date, when the former CRA is minimized, who's going to be doing those types of functions. So it's at least critical at the early stages to try to get at least 3 positions on board now and work with the CAO and CLA to identify more specifically what additional positions may be coming. I think there's one important piece that's been discussed at the HCED committee and is a bone of contention with the Department of Finance, and this is what would-be successor agencies asked of the Department of Finance prior to determining whether they wanted to be the successor agency, and that was regarding the loan proceeds from the loan portfolio. It was always intended by the Department of Finance, as well as and communicated to all would-be successor agencies, that those loan proceeds would go to the successor agency. In subsequent frequently asked questions, as Anne-Marie indicated, they have changed their position and now indicated that those proceeds would revert to the taxing entity. And so in turn, basically, the city, by virtue of being a taxing entity, would only receive 30 cents on the dollar. For every dollar that we would collect, we'd only receive 30 cents versus the full dollar. And of course, there's a fiscal impact to the amount of monies the city would receive to be able to manage and maintain the loan portfolio and the monitoring covenants. So at this point, the Housing Department is working closely with the CAO, CLA on the staffing issues, but as well as working with other cities to try to figure out ways to get the Department of Finance and the governor to change their position relative to the definition of what a housing asset is, and is also seeking outside legal counsel through the mayor's office to potentially look at potential litigation if the state is unwilling to change its position on the definition of housing assets. As it's very clear in AB 1X26, the legislation that eliminated the redevelopment agencies, there was a clear language as to what is and what is not housing assets, and the Department of Finance has taken a very stringent approach to this to ensure that they're able to secure as much in the way of resources for the state coffers.
And in terms of the people you're hiring, are you primarily looking at ex-CRA folks to do these jobs?
These will be exempt positions. The first three positions, two of which would be exempt. The other one would be a civil service position, because that is a position that's already a civil service position that the department has, and there's a list that's already been created. The other two positions, as well as any subsequent positions, we would certainly look to the former CRA staff to interview them, because they obviously have the skill sets and the knowledge of the portfolio that would be transferred over, so that we would certainly look to them first.
And do these first three positions and the rest of them that you're anticipating, do they all have to go through the managed hiring process?
That is our understanding.
So is there a way to expedite that?
Yeah, we're actually working with the department to try to do that, which is why our offices are getting together to meet on these specific positions. And I just want to add one thing. The one position that the department has submitted to manage hiring is the Director of Housing. And as Rushmore indicated, there is a list, and that's both an open and promotional list. So there are candidates from both within the city and outside the city on that list.
And even former CRA staff that are on that list.
And probably the question that's the most obviously on the table from item number one is how do we deal with ex-CRA staff? What's the most helpful way we can handle this in terms of trying to deal with it more similarly to what we do with folks that are facing layoffs and trying to find other positions for them within the city family?
Well, we will certainly, as a former quasi-city employees, we will reach out to our former colleagues in this time of crisis to offer up positions and certainly try to match skill sets to positions. At the same time, understanding that the positions that we're creating are exempt positions in order to be able to allow to go outside, but also within this department without offering up to potential promotional opportunities for city employees within the department would create somewhat of a morale issue as well for the department. So we're going to look to match the skill sets of the former CRA staff to the needs for the required transition of the former assets for the department. Primarily external, but also look internally as well, so that we can match the appropriate resources to the need and that will fit within the organizational structure.
I mean, are we looking at being as aggressive with this as we are with layoff avoidance within formal city staff?
We may want to have the city attorney weigh in. I mean, the way we've addressed it in the report is that the city is free to employ or not employ CRA employees. We're basically constrained by the charter and the ad code and labor contracts. So, I mean, I think there are some limits, and I do think, I get the sense that housing is going to do their best, because obviously we've talked about the one position, the other two, they have sent those requests to the mayor to request that they be exempted. So I think the department has the intent of casting a wide net, but I think until we see those, we can't, those will come before the council in terms of whether or not they would be exempt from civil service.
Once the department receives approval for these positions, the first three, and then the subsequent positions, the department doesn't have to go very far. They're downstairs in our same building. We'll be certainly reaching out to the organization to ensure they know of all the options and the positions that are available to them, and try to bring them on as quickly as possible. Again, we're looking at a deadline at least in the near term of the end of this June, where they're going to be reduced significantly, so they'll have a skeleton crew, and it makes sense from the perspective of ensuring a seamless transition of employment, that we move quickly, as well as being able to have staffing in place to transition the assets.
And I think this question goes beyond just housing. I mean, there are obviously people that have skills that could fit in planning, building and safety, what are we looking at in terms of trying to make this as much of an opportunity to transfer into those positions as possible?
I know during the course of the budget, there were several planning positions, and I believe that item was referred back to the Housing Committee, so I think it's something that would probably be discussed in that context. I don't know that the city has taken a position. I might have to defer to some of my employee relations colleagues in terms of specific efforts being taken on that.
Councilman, can I ask the city attorney to weigh in on this issue? I really do believe there are severe legal implications to this issue, and it might be best served if the city attorney can render her advice in closed session, because I don't believe that it's appropriate for that advice to be given in an open forum.
You respond to that?
Well, there, under the litigation privilege, we could go into closed session.
And that's what you're recommending?
I think we're talking around the issue. I think that you have a specific plan in mind. I think it's really best for the city attorney to be able to opine on what you're suggesting.
Okay, well, before we do that, then I'd at least like to ask our public speakers to have an opportunity to testify, and then I think we should go into closed session. Steve Koffroth, be followed by Cheryl Parisi. And then after that, there's an AFSCME person with no name. So that person knows who they are, I'm sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Cheryl had a personal emergency, so she's not going to be able to stay. I'm sure she would share her time, and I'll try and be as brief as possible. Our comments are very similar to what we said before, and that is that the CRA staff who are currently performing the functions in both managing the bond portfolio, overseeing the housing covenants, and also managing the contracts and construction of low and moderate income housing are all currently performing those functions now. These are people who can hit the road running, know the day-to-day operations of each of these assets, and the actual housing portfolio will substantially increase what the workload is for LAHD. We disagree with the CAO and the CLA's office. We believe there is a legal requirement to hire the CRA employees who are performing the housing function. This is slightly different than our position with the other functions of the CRA, but we believe it's very important. These folks are working on a time clock. We have less than 5 weeks before they will be out of work, and if the city does not take advantage of this process now, it may well lose that talent to other organizations. And we ask for your prompt response on making sure these employees get hired in whatever positions might be available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Joy Brown Price, again, President of AFSCME Professional Unit. And I just want to reiterate that we do have capable and long-standing experienced qualified employees that, are available and urgently available to transfer to the city. And one of my biggest concerns is that in the motion that Councilman Oliver Khan put forth a few months back, or actually last year when this all began, when you're looking at the co-op agreement, it said should the city become the successor entity, which you have done with housing, then one of the things that was requested was that the CAO speak to the employee representative, and that conversation has never taken place. So I think it's important that we at least have that conversation, because that is great as it is to speak to the leadership of the departments or of the CRA. I think it's more imperative that we speak to the representatives who know the literal functions of the agency employees themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go into closed session, and we'll have to ask anyone that's not here for item number 2, leave the room, please. Then I'll move to approve the CLA CAO report, and I guess as a separate item, move that forward, and as a separate item to come back with a report on our ability to prioritize hiring of CRA employees.
Is that, okay, I'm a little confused. What are we voting on? Is that
We're voting on moving forward.
page 4? Or what are we voting on? This? So
Page 4 of the
that-
report is the actual
that
recommendation.
the council instruct the CLA and CAO with the assistance of LAHD to report to council in 30 days with a detailed transition plan that also identifies staffing and other necessary resources. Is that what we're voting on?
I believe so.
Right, that is the recommendation as part of the report.
And in addition, we are separately asking for a report back on CRA employee hiring options. And without objection, that will be,
Well, I don't see any problem with announcing what the recommendation was.
We are doing
In
that.
fact, I think it would be problematic if we didn't announce it.
Yeah, we're doing it now.
Okay,
And we're actually on the air announcing what the action is.
okay. So who's going to announce it?
Well,
Somebody has to
I think
announce
the
it.
chair just did.
No, with regard to the direction to the city attorney.
I thought I just did, unless you want to make it more specific.
Well, I think,
I think it's clear.
no, I know it's clear to the city attorney. I want it to be clear to the public what we're requesting. And I don't see any problem with that.
I understand that there is to be a report between personnel and city attorney with regard to the availability of CRA employees for open positions in the city of Los Angeles and the treatment of CRA employees as they apply for positions in housing departments.
And elsewhere in the city as well.
And elsewhere in the city as well, but
That's
that's part
fine.
of the first part.
Okay. So that's moved without objection. And other than that, we are adjourned.